Okay, hello everyone. This is Michael Redmond, professional nine dot. Um, Hope the sound is good. And yeah, let's I'll start with talking about good. Yeah, so I might even bring it closer. Talk about what's happening right now in the lower left corner. It's a bit exciting. So just to go back a few moves. Yeah. So this is the shape move here. And black played here. So white has to be careful about this because, for instance, if white plays on this side, then black gets to connect up and white still has to add a stone to that. So that's sort of painful. Or if white plays here, then black plays here. White can't really afford to give up this one stone, but that means that he needs to play here and we'll lose the corner. So that's bad too. So the game move was just about the only choice that white had, and black gets to connect underneath. So black has a shape where he can play towards the right. So for instance, oh yeah, white actually did that, didn't he? So let's say white plays. Okay. Oh, for some reason, I'm not seeing the moves. I thought white curled around at B17, but maybe not. So let's do it with a diagram. So if white plays here, which will, this is one way of white defending here. It means black will be able to play something on this side, maybe here. And when I say white is defending, what I mean is that if black plays on this side, this is the tessuji. Maybe I should have had people guess this one. But this is the tessuji where white can make a living shape in the corner. So that's how this one works. Or on the other hand, if white plays on the outside, black can take the corner. For instance, just ignoring the fact that white's in danger too. So like in actual play, maybe black would be able to play on this side. But just ignoring that fact. And so yeah, to make it a more correct diagram, I could say if white plays here, and then plays here, then black does have room to make eyes in the corner. Okay, Shin's secret plan. Okay, white's secret plan. White's plan is probably either to capture, so like, I'm still expecting white to maybe play here. This would be the strongest move that takes away black's eye space in the corner while making room for white to be able to live. So it would be the most active move. And white's plan is to surround these three stones and capture them. Or if black runs out, so like if we end up having black running out in this direction, then white's also looking at that black group in the upper left, which is not alive. So if we just look at this locally, even if black plays this for kind of a ko there, just looking at the life or death of the black group, it's not alive when white continues like this. So locally, the black group cannot make two eyes. And so black needs to make one more eye in the center. If black can make one eye in the center, then white cannot take away the second eye. So at the very least, black will be able to do this. So ideally for black, if black starts to get surrounded there, would be for black to have a potential eye in the center, and then black could play a good move like this would be taking territory while threatening to live. So a move like this would be relatively, so like if black had a potential eye in the center, then black could play this exchange and have a move that would make a second eye. Or if white took away the second eye, black would be able to play here. So this is how it would work locally. And this is a potential kind of thing that will happen if white does get kind of a double attack here. So white's looking at the double attack. On the top side here, black is winning the race to capture, probably by, if white plays first here, black's probably winning by one move. So that's not such a huge territory because black will be playing stones inside the top side here. So for instance, an example, just ignoring the potential that I'll be slightly inexact. If we just look at it something like this, then black has 4 liberties and white has 4 liberties. And at the very least, black can add a stone to win the race to capture. Unless black finds something fancy, which potentially wins. So, without the move. So black would like to be able to play something like this and play away. I'm probably getting out of context here, but like there's this variation where white can create a kind of a, this would be a step call. Or if white just fills liberties, then the stone at black 10, the stone they're cutting on a second line, does increase black's liberty by 1 because white has no way to fill a liberty. So not necessarily forcing for white, but there is some kind of potential forcing moves there to squeeze black. And you see in a variation something like this, the black territory looks more like 15 points. So I'd say the top side is maybe about 15 points, unless black can find a clever way to increase that, to avoid something like the variation I was just showing you. So that's a black territory, but white does have some squeezing potential. Black has a relatively small territory in the lower right, and some potential on the right side of the board. White has a small territory, less than 10 points in the top left, top right corner, that is, and a little territory on the side. White doesn't really have a lot of territory. So white's strategy, yeah, so it's actually white's strategy that I was talking about. Yeah, sometimes I get confused here with colors and stuff. Good evening. So white's strategy here is to capture either these 3 black stones in the lower left or make a splitting attack with the black group on the left side. And black does have an advantage in territory, and white just played the strongest local move. So in this local position, black has no way to threaten to make an eye with Sente, so like if black plays here, it's not accomplishing anything. If black plays on this side, it does look like white can squeeze black a great deal with this, so it doesn't look so very happy shape for black. So I'm sort of expecting black to play something on the lower side. So like this would be a kind of a very safe, normal looking move. Black might try playing here, which would be a bit more volatile maybe, but it would have more potential to attack the white group on the right maybe. Or black could play something more oriented towards the center. So this would be trying to draw a line, a larger line sort of surrounding white's group in the lower right. So I was talking about territory here. It looks like black seems to have an advantage in territory, but 2 weaks on the left side, and 2 weak groups, that is, on the left side. And white has a weak group in the lower right. So those will be the focus of the fighting in the near future. Okay, let's take a look at the opening. Okay. Okay, I'll go back to the beginning. The 015 cut. Philip Peterson is asking about, yeah. Usually black just wants to threaten that cut, but I'll get back to it when I get back to the position. Okay, so we have a 3-4 point opening, and this is also, it's still one of the more popular openings for black after we have AI. So it's a kind of an AI style opening. Very few players played it before AlphaGo. So white plays the low card. So white has a choice here. I think the two most popular moves are the low kakari or the high kakari. So since so many players, even more than before, professional players will play this joseki almost always. So this would be what you might expect in this opening. So it's a very common one where white, this point here, it's still very important for both sides. So white might be playing here, sorry. At some later point, white might be playing here or trying something in the corner. So like if white plays here and black plays here, yeah, well, it does get complicated. So white might be probing in the corner first before deciding where to put this stone. So this is also a very common thing that could happen. And we used to think that with that big corner enclosure in the upper right corner, black has to pincer. So before we had before neural networks, you would expect players to play moves like this and this. A move that you still see a lot nowadays would be this one, if we're looking at pincers. So this pincer, it's just in relation to the potential of playing this variation, where this is okay for black, even though the latter is good for white. This kind of trade is probably good for black. It's not a real ponnuki. It's with that stone at 3, which is wasted. It's not functioning as a ponnuki. It's bad shape actually. So white will probably play here, and we can get into one of two variations. So it's like, can be this one, or it can be this one. Sorry, this one. And so actually there was a Shin Jinseo game, I believe, that was like this. Something like this, or something like this. Sometimes you see a player play here. So as you can see, it does get complicated. Sometimes white pulls back immediately. Some black players will play here. There's another fairly common shape where it's like this. And white is threatening to kill the corner or to poke out here. And stuff like this can happen, where black is going to sacrifice. So this is a kind of a, let's see, who was it who originally played something like this? I think it was Goseigen who originally played a variation very similar to this. But that was with the 3-space pincer. So black 2 was already a different move. The idea was very similar. But this is stuff that you see with computer analysis nowadays. So I'll leave this joseki for the time being. But yes, so that's the kind of thing. Even with this kakari, sometimes you see black play a pincer here with the same idea, because when white plays like this and like this, it sort of morphs into the same variation. Okay, so black didn't do that. Black played a kakari and white pressed. So as people say, pressing here on the 4th line at the 016 point is considered to be a good move now, almost always. And that's because the computer programs, yes, Rick, that's true. Indeed, it was a position from our last teaching game. So that was on Patreon, by the way. Just allow me to talk about Patreon for a bit. I'm giving lessons to my $50 tier on Patreon. So if, Patreon allows people to donate to my channel and support me that way. And it makes it easier for me to provide videos for everyone everywhere. And like my content on YouTube is basically free. So that's how that works. If you're interested, I've pinned a message in my YouTube chat. I pinned a message to show my Patreon. Why don't I just do that again in case anyone's having trouble seeing that. So I'll show you my Patreon site, so that you can support me if you want to do that. And there's other tiers also if you don't need the teaching games. Okay, back to the subject matter. So yes, People like to play this pressing move that white has played at 016 because computers like it. Neural networks tend to like this move, give it a good score. But more and more we're seeing the black players in this position. The player who gets pressed like this seems to feel it's okay to get into this variation also. So it's probably about even. And the slide here on the second line, it's perfectly okay to jump. So jumping here is still a valid move. And all you have to know is the difference in the attitude, you might say, of these two moves. This move is taking a better territory. If there was a black wall on the left, then black would be thinking of pushing here in some cases. So it depends really on what's happening in the lower left corner. Like if that white stone in the corner was a black stone and black had a whole side to work with there, then pushing it free would sometimes be a very effective move to make it, to bring it out into the center of the board, so to expand the moyo on the lower side. So you can see in this position with the white stone right there, that white stone is in the way, and it's not going to work so well for black. So black plays a slide on the second line. The characteristics of this move, when we compare it to the jump on the third line, is that this move does not give white so many forcing moves. So going back to the jump, if white pushes here later, black's pretty much obliged to keep on extending or to play a hane. And that's because if black allows white to play here, this is really good shape for white. So usually this is going to be bad for black. And black is generally obliged to continue answering to a certain degree. And we have Joseki's, for this would be my example of Joseki. Actually, white can usually play this attachment first. So that would be my example, Joseki. You can see white's getting a lot of stones towards the right side in the center. And that's how this Joseki works, because in the meanwhile, black is going to be getting a position on the lower side. Again, this white stone in the lower left corner is in the way of black achieving very much with this. So that would be my explanation of why black is playing the slide here, which doesn't give white all those forcing moves. So like the only forcing move white has is the kick here, which is not always a good exchange anyway. And white runs out of forcing move at this point. Quite often it's better for white to press here, but there is the potential that black will push through and cut. So because white does not have those forcing moves, when black pincers like this, there is more potential for black to set up some kind of an attack on this white group. So in the game position, it hasn't happened yet, but in the future we might be seeing black trying to set up some kind of an attack against this white group in the lower right, because it is a relatively vulnerable group. Okay, back into the game. So white plays here. So this is a probe, and the important thing about this probe is that it always involves a ladder. So this just doesn't work for white. It just doesn't work for white. Benjamin, actually the L17 shoulder, well, the pressing move at L17 is usually a viable move. And at this stage of the game, maybe white can handle the pushing cut, but with the black pincer there, it does get a bit tricky. So maybe, maybe not. It sort of depends on a lot of factors. So this obviously, I should say it's obvious maybe, but it depends on this ladder. An interesting thing about ladders that I never really thought about, but I just, it came to me today. Ladders, they're so easy to understand. Like ladders are one of the first things that I explain to beginners, just because when they learn it, it's a kind of a fun thing to know. It's not as if it's a set of good moves, it's just a lot of Ataris, which makes it relatively easy to read out a large number of moves into the future of the game. So it makes people think they've made some progress. It's a fun thing for beginners to learn. So that's one of the first things that I teach people. The interesting thing about it is that even relatively strong players, like a pro like myself, actually wants to look at the board to read out a ladder. So I might even say that it's, for most, even professional players, for most players, it's necessary to actually look at the board to read and sort of look at a diagonal across the board to be able to read the ladder. And I've been thinking about wondering why, and I have a kind of a guess, a hypothesis that I think it's just that the board is so big that it makes it very difficult for us to think of it in coordinates. Like chess players or Japanese chess players, they seem to actually think in coordinates. So like they will say a certain piece goes to a certain coordinate, and that will help them have a vision of what is actually happening. Go players think with a picture in their head, so they can talk about local shapes, but coordinates is just not a thing that we have. So in the case of a ladder, there's this big area in the center of the board that at this point in the game, we're not paying very much attention to that. So like points like 9 by 9, 9, or in this case, it would be K9 or something like that. They're just not points that we focus on at all. And so we look at the corners and the sides maybe, but at this stage of the game, we're not looking so much at the center of the board. And we tend to ignore those points, which means that maybe we just don't have that sort of hardwired into our brain. So actually, Chochikun, who is one of my favorite players, a couple of decades ago, he was one of the top players in the world, and he lives in Japan. He said that ladders are probably the one thing that make it difficult for Go players to play blindfolded. So playing a blindfold game on a 19 by 19 board is pretty difficult. It's a difficult thing to do. But I think that's because of these ladders and stuff like that. When the game starts to involve the whole board, especially when the center is empty like this, and we don't sort of have any reference points. Like if we played a stone there, it's kind of a reference point that we remember. So yeah, not sure how valid that is for other professional players, but I wouldn't be surprised if it's pretty general. So this ladder counts, and in this case it favors white. It's going to hit the white stone at E16, and so that means that white can play this. So when black cannot capture in a ladder, it means that white is either going to play, if black plays on this side, white will be able to break through here. And so if black plays, in the game black played here. So that's going to, no, black did not do that. Let's get back to the game. In the game black played here. This gives white some options. So in some cases, you'll see white using the forcing move here. Oh, sorry. That was the game move. Sometimes you'll see white using 2 forcing moves here. Marion B, thank you very much. Thanks for your donation. And black will probably play something like this, and white can play towards the side. So sometimes you see white trying to do stuff like this, or a similar idea with a move something like this or like this. In the game, white played from below. So playing here and curling, if black kills the cornerstone, white will get some forcing moves from this side. So that's the general idea. Even if white just simply pushes here and plays an extension, you can see how white's taking control of the right side. So that's probably the general idea here. And black extended. So white's alive in the corner. Just a little life and death. Just to make sure everyone knows this one. So if black covers here, it's a fairly big move, even though it's on the second line. And locally, like, white usually has room to make 2 eyes. So this kind of shape, it's alive. The strongest attack would be this one, in which case white does have to be sort of careful. And if white allows something like this, it's the bent 4 in the corner, which is, in Japanese rules, and Korean rules, which is this game, it's considered to be dead. So this is called the bent 4 in the corner, even though it's just 2 stones. And the idea is that both players will not play here, but eventually at the end of the game, it becomes a ko with this bent 4 shape. And when we get this bent 4 shape in the corner, black is going to take the ko first. So the idea behind this is that when black, the fact that black gets the choice of when to do it, because any move by white would be self-defeating. This would just be a dead shape. So black gets to choose when to play the bent 4 shape and start that ko, which means that black should be able to choose a point in the game when the white's ko threats are gone. So theoretically, that would be after all the dame were filled. We could say there's no ko threats. Regardless of the rule set, it's almost always going to die anyway. And in the Japanese, they just rule it as dead. Oh yeah, so to get back to the point here, white can actually avoid that by playing an attachment and throwing in. And this is going to be a step ko. So there's a step ko happening here, in which black has to play one more, has played 13, still has to play one more move to get a real ko. So there's some potential there, although it's not a big deal. White would not be answering that. If black had played at 1, covering on the second line, white's not going to bother about that potential step ko. It's too far, it takes too much time, it's too far away. But all of that I was talking about, it does sort of explain why this is a fairly good exchange for white to play. It's reasonable that white wants to play here and make that a real territory. So now white has something more like 7 or 8 points there. So white jumps out. This is a point where I always see the computer sliding into the corner. So this is probably the better move. But like these players, surely they know that too. So maybe he had a reason not to want to do that. It's just I always see the computer wanting to slide into the corner. Okay, white pincered here. So we see a pincer on the 4th line. That's pretty unusual for modern Go after neural networks. So usually you see people playing on the 3rd line is what I mean. So for instance, answering here simply like this would be one way to play. I think it would probably turn into this kind of thing with all sorts of modern josekis that are probably not so familiar to most players. Like the old way that's still fairly valid. The old joseki is this one. And black will probably play here. We have a big side on the top, which white might be invading here at some point. Or white could play away. Something around here would be a big move, I suppose. Yeah, so, and also when we see pincers, we usually see someone going for the 3rd line. So, for instance, something like this. Yeah, so the high pincer is, like Leonardo was saying, it looks kind of old school. It is a kind of an old school feeling to it when it's on the 4th line like that. It's a very leisurely pincer in that it's still leaving a lot of room for that black stone. So it's not really an attack. It's more like white is sort of splitting the top side, just taking away most of that area from black. So black plays a double cut card. So like when I'm saying white's giving black a lot of room, I would compare it with a closer pincer like this, in which case black's probably not going to do this kind of thing, because white gets a much better shape closing black in. So the fact that black has a lot of room there does have something to do with the fact that black is, like, even if white played a low pincer here, black's choice would probably be either jumping out and fighting it out on the top side, or otherwise maybe black's just going to jump into the 3-3 point. And this kind of move has been played. It's a move, but nowadays you see people jump into the 3-3 point better. In this board position, black might be jumping out and fighting on the side though. Maybe something like this. Just because black has such a strong position in the general upper right area. Okay. And here, yeah, black jumps into the 3-3 point. Let's do that one. Yeah. I think we have plenty of time with this game. Yeah. This is almost, I guess this is probably okay for white. Even though white does have a kind of a wasted stone on the top side. Black's 2 stones on the left, they're pretty much wasted. So this joseki was already sort of going out of fad before we had neural networks, and the neural networks reinforced that idea. Just the idea that these 2 black stones, in a way, they've sort of been wasted. And so white has a very efficient shape there. Without the white pincer on the top side, this would be just way better for white. And with that pincer, maybe slightly less good for white because that pincer is sort of in a... You would rather have that pincer somewhere on the left side, maybe. But it's probably still okay for white. So black plays this joseki and jumps here. So black did have some room there to make some trouble. And so here black is winning by a lot of moves at this point, yeah. And when he pushes, white plays here. After this, if white plays next, it looks like white should be able to get some kind of squeeze. So that's what I was playing with a few minutes ago. And yeah, it was sort of it's sort of arbitrary. It's hard to say actually whether white can actually get the squeeze with sente. But once white does add another stone there, there's going to be a lot of squeezing potential. Black escaped towards the center, and white played here. So this is an extension, and it's a pincer too. So obviously a move that white is happy to play. And black moves out. Yes, I did look at that with my computer a bit here earlier this in the morning. Actually, it's the afternoon for me now, and I think this was not liked by my computer. Basically, Katabo seemed to want to play here, and there's a reason, because there's this weakness here where black is threatening to capture the white stone or make it very difficult for white to escape with that stone if black plays here. So there's this tessuji that black has. In this case, white would be able to enclose the black group in the corner. So maybe this would be okay for white. But there's also the fact that if white gets to play here, this will be threatening that cut on the third line, and black would have to answer it somehow, maybe this way or maybe this way. And so white has this forcing move with 5 that can connect the white stones up. So it's not such a big problem for white, whereas when white has played that exchange that white played in the game, if white had continued with the jump, then it becomes more of a problem. So when black plays here, so that would be a bit, it would be annoying for white, and maybe white would lose those 3 stones. So that's why I believe, that's why Katabo was suggesting that white did not play this exchange with this stone on the second line, and it's why Yang Dingxin played the kosumi instead of jumping out, because he wanted to avoid that kind of variation on the side. So it's my take on why my computer didn't like it, and also why white played the kosumi here instead of jumping out. Okay, Leonardo is talking about h3. Leonardo Doagner. h3 would be threatening a move at d5. Okay, Well, that's a good question. And the answer is no, actually. Let's go back to that. Okay. So, yeah, just hypothetically, pushing through and cutting here is very distant. It's almost always a bad idea. First of all, when white cuts here, black cannot capture from above because black has already filled his own liberty with black 2. So obviously this is a collapse. And black has to crawl on the second line. So that's already painful. And so at this point, it doesn't really matter whether white lives or not. And so, and black can't even kill it unconditionally. So if white plays something like this, it's going to be, you should recognize this shape from my life and death problems, actually. So I'll just leave it here. If you want to know the answer to this life and death in the corner, just search for it in my life and death playlist on YouTube. But I'll tell you the answer is going to be a ko. So black can get a ko here, but it's not completely dead. Otherwise, sometimes white will just do something like this. And yeah, black does have to do stuff to stop white from connecting up. And it's going to be painful for black. And there's still being, it's going to take a lot of moves to kill it. And if black does try to do that, then white's going to be able to surround the black root. And it's going to be some kind of a ko maybe in the corner anyway. And black has just paid a lot of penalty on the outside in order to get this far. So that's an example. I probably went into too much detail there, but just all of the damezumari, the lack of liberties when white cuts here, and the fact that white's going to get a good position on the outside, it makes pushing through and cutting here usually a bad idea. So actually the true threat is black was making miai of playing something towards the top side, as black did in the game, and the other option is just moving out here or something like this. So ideally, black is going to try to force white to eventually play some move like this, which would be really painful and useless. So black actually wants white to be forced to connect at that point. So it's a very important point. I actually made a, in one of my Learn From Your Games videos, I talked about this joseki in some detail. So for more detail, you can go to that video. Look for it in my Learn From Your Games playlist. Okay. So yeah, jumping out at the same point as white just played was the real threat there. But it's something that people don't understand about this joseki. So it was really good that you asked that. Okay. So let's catch up to where I was before. We're almost caught up with the game, I believe. And white played a kosumi. So this is where it got exciting. Just before I started talking about the game, it was like this. Black could have avoided a big fight by starting to make eyes in the corner, and white would then have to deal with the cut on the fourth line, and black would have time to make a life. So that would be the peaceful way to play. But instead, he cuts here. White can't afford to basically let him get away with this. So they're both playing very strong variation here. And yes. Okay. Here we are. So white curled around the corner, taking away the eyes from this black root. So black played the knight's move. So in this position, black has an eye somewhere around f18 and probably has another eye somewhere around h18. So I'd say this black group is, it's for all purposes, it's alive. And white has captured the 3 black stones on the left. This, suddenly white has some territory now. So white has close to 30 points on the left side, I'd say. Probably, yeah, less than 30 points, but it's more than 25 points. And black has just lived on the left. And now white is sitting about squeezing. Okay. So let's see. Yeah, it looked like that was, I guess that was forcing. So now black has, well, close to 20 points on the top side. Okay. And it's looking much more like a game for territory now. So black has about 20 points on the top side, and by that I mean, like, for instance, this is going to be forcing because black is threatening to play here, and this would kill the corner. So white's probably going to answer it something like this. And so that would be the diagram I have in mind is something like this, where it is 20 points. Obviously, they're not going to play those exchanges quite yet. Black 4 could be played at almost any time, but of course 6 will not be played yet. So that's my 20-point territory on the top. Black has some small territories on the bottom of the board. They probably add up to more than 10 points, but at this stage, maybe less than 15 points. So 35 points. There's a bit of territory in the upper left. And then an area on the right side of the board, which is, it's going to be some black territory. So it includes this white stone at the P4 point. So it is going to be some territory. But at this point of the game, it's hard to say how much that will be. So 35 points plus that area. White has 7-8 points in the upper right corner. Let's see, similar in the upper left corner. So add those to be 15 points. Something like less than 30 points here, so 45. White has more territory. So yeah, I guess that's balanced by the black area on the right side of the board. Still looks very close. Right. I'd say white didn't. Okay. First, I'll talk about the Atari at J2. Just run is that saying, looks like white lost an opportunity to play an Atari at J2. Quite true. I would say white didn't think it was going to gain anything. So even if white had played that Atari, it's very difficult to get a real squeeze out of it. So like even if you assume something like this, white's really not going to get very much mileage out of that. Maybe just one more black stone inside. And if we look at it like this, for instance, then that's just about it. So actually, there is the potential that white 1 and black 2 become an exchange of a white stone inside black's territory for a black stone on the borderline of that territory. So in itself, it's already losing 1 point, and white has to get at least 1 point back in order to justify that move. So the 1 point I'm talking about is the point here where white can eventually, at the end of the game, white's going to be able to play this and force black to put a stone in. And so although intuitively you want to play the Atari, this is probably a case where it's a black territory anyway, and maybe it's better not even played. Okay, that was one question. And Rick Rubenstein is asking about captured, which is probably the 3 black stones that I was talking about. As white, I would be really worried about the aji in the captured stones. So that must be the 3 black stones on the left. And someone else was asking about that too. Oh yes, Dr. Doofus was asking about that too. So there's a few moves that black can be thinking of playing. In actual play, black might actually start with, for instance, something like this, which would be kind of a quasi-forcing move. On the other hand, black might be looking at pushing through and cutting here, which again, it's not all that forcing. it's not going to be a big deal at this point in the game. And also there's the fact that this white group in the lower right is not alive. So we could imagine that if black does get some kind of an attack against white in the lower right area, then we could have black stones like this coming onto the board. And then black would be looking at this cut, which would be, at the very least, it would be a potential squeeze. So like this kind of thing could happen, where black is forcing white to put stones inside the territory. So that's sort of the extent of what I see as aji in this area. In some cases, one might see black play here, but again, it would be, even if white answers directly like this, it would have to do with this kind of squeeze. So squeezing from this side. So at the very most, a squeeze. Okay, so for the time being, I think white's main concern should be in settling this group in the lower right. And after that, the issue will be black's area on the right side of the board. R18 and Q17. Q17 is a very passive move. So that was a question from A. Salon. How to decide between R18 and Q17. Actually, it's, oh yeah, Q17. That's a good move. So yes, Q17, the problem is that it involves playing here, and white would get some extra territory in a living shape on the side. So something like this might happen. So white's going to live on the side, and then white's 3 stones on the left, they're not dead anyway. So like white could play something like this and start moving out with them also. So there's potential that it could become a relatively bad way of cutting white. So yeah, I think most of the time playing the attachment here is good. Unless you're really keen on cutting white in that variation I was just showing. So if white does this, this is usually going to be bad. So for instance, this wouldn't even capture the stone because this is going to die. Sometimes you can see white, if the whole white group was going to die anyway, sometimes you see white play like this and making a life on this side. But since this costs a move, it costs a move, gives black sente, it's usually not worth it. So the more realistic move for white is going to be something like this, in which white gets what looks close to a living shape to me. And also is looking at this kind of stuff. Or maybe this way. And white would be able to start squeezing the whole corner. So in this case, it's actually just a very small, if black plays here, it's just 3 points of territory. Yeah, so this is the more realistic variation for white. Black will probably play here, and white would have the option of making a living shape. But he's not played it yet, so we'll see what happens. Yeah, pulling back, J15 is a good, yeah, IJ15, yes. And adding to the left side. That's actually a suggestion. So here. So that was counting TLS. White should play maybe around J15 or I15. And that would solve the problem of the aji on the left. Eventually black is going to be playing something towards the corner, maybe this way, although black does have to be careful of that aji, and white would be adding a stone. Sorry. Adding a stone somewhere. Maybe something like this. Okay, so let's see. We're almost 3 hours into the game. And the clock that I see says that young Dingxin has 1 hour and 15 minutes. And Shin Jinseo has slightly more than 2 hours left on the clock. And that's before they get into overtime. So the overtime in this tournament is 40 seconds 5 times. So they have that. So just on the basic time, they still have more than 3 hours to go. I'd say this is a really close game. So this is Joseph Miller asking, would I feel more comfortable as white or black? And I would not feel comfortable either way. I'd say it's a close game. The fight has just started, basically. Okay, so this is the LG Cup semifinal, and it's one of them. They're only playing one game today, and the other game was played yesterday. I wasn't able to do that one, but that was Kang Dong-yoon from Korea against Ding Hao for China, and Ding Hao won that game. Maybe if this stays slow, I'll take a few minutes to go quickly through that game. Okay, so this is, again, I think if black pushes through here, like this is something that would cross my mind, but I have the feeling that black's giving away too much. So this is something that I would consider, though. Black is giving a bit more in the corner, but black did get to play at 5, which is a fairly important point. So maybe he's thinking about that. Black would like to be able to push through once. So like if white answers that locally, this would leave a liberty open at 016. So that when we compare it to this diagram, where white has moves like this, for instance, or moves like this, it's better to have that extra liberty open. So that's why it would be nice if black could play this exchange and still have that cut on the 5th line to look at. Although he's probably not going to play it in the near future. At least he can force white to connect there. So it'd be nice to be able to play that. And maybe white's going to counter it with this trade. But this is a good point to be able to play. So maybe. Yeah, maybe. Top pros tend not to like to give cash to the opponent like this, just because they know that it's actually really difficult to finish these stones off. So you might assume that those 3 white stones are going to be dead fairly easily, but in actual practice, it can be a bit difficult to finish them off. But yes, this is a potential variation. Black might even try a bit closer to the center, although that does have some problems associated with it. There's also the fact that white has a shortage of liberty. So like in this case, black could probably play here, putting some pressure on white on the left. So I guess this looks like it would be okay for black. Okay, that happened. Okay, well, I wasn't looking to actually play the move. So black pushed through, and we earn this variation. Okay. exactly. A. Salon in Twitch chat was talking about the comparison of this variation that I was showing you. Let's do it again. So the comparison of this variation that I was showing you and black playing Q17 to start with. So that would be this move. The difference is the quality of black's cutting position, the shape. In this shape, black has to add stones to it and still has a kind of a bad Aji shape. Whereas in the variation closer to the game, where black is played here and then here, in this way, black is still threatening to push through on the third line at Q16, so white has to extend here. So black has Sente, black has a better shape in the center, so there's more at ease to play something on the left here. So that's the advantages of this over the variation where black had started with Q17. Yes, so you could say it's a move difference in thickness, as A. Salon was saying. So white answered them. Okay, so white sort of has a potential eye on the right. Usually white will have ways to make it an eye with Sente. So usually that area on the right side, white can make an eye. However, if black plays first, obviously it's not going to be an eye. So it sort of depends. Sometimes it's going to be a white eye. If white plays there first, usually it's going to be a white eye with Sente. And white's sort of starting to form an eye in the center. So like if we assume black plays something like this, then that's already looking like an eye. So white has a shape that is like one move away from getting two eyes, and white's out towards the center. So white will have opportunities to connect up. So like in this shape, black does have to continue playing there to cut white off. So eventually white will be able to play a move on this side and live. So I'd say the white group is not in any danger, especially if black pushes it once. So actually black might be trying to find a move more active towards the right side that still leaves, like, for instance, black would like to be able to play, this would be closer to what one would call a key point, in that it's looking at the potential of a kind of a double peep here. So, and if white answers locally, then it does sort of link up to that potential that black's looking at on the left with the 3 dead stones. Okay, so let's see, points to play. They seem to be starting an endgame now. So I was saying the top side looks like it's about 20 points. I'd say the bottom still looks 10 to 15 points. So let's add the upper left area that black has and say that's 15 points. So black has 35 points plus the right side. White has more than 40 points. So maybe something like 45. Not quite 45. It looks like it's more than 40 points. So white does seem to have a lead in territory, but that's not taking into, that's not adding up with the black area on the right, which I haven't added to the calculation. So it's still probably very close. Yeah, well, that's Chunky Gecko asking endgame already. And it's, the concept of endgame in Go is sort of weird because the definition is tricky. So like, the endgame is when, to me at least, my definition of the endgame would be when you run out of weak groups. So like when the groups are out of danger, and you're just trying to finish off the final territories, then I start to call it an endgame. And at this point in the game, it's still a bit fuzzy because while the white group in the lower right is okay, depending on how the players continue playing, there is some potential that it could get into trouble. L7, where is L7? L7 is a good point. Okay, so Rick Rubenstein was asking, is a black move around L7 big? And so that's an example, though, of, although black is drawing a line trying to define a territory, it's not related to any weak white group, since the white group in the upper left corner is already alive. And so it would be probably the comparison with this move, which is also reducing black's area. So it's also a similar move to 1. And the difference is that this move has more to do with the relatively weak white group. And so, like, this is where the endgame can go back and forth from what might be an endgame, or it could be going back into a middle game-like situation. So it's usually my idea of the weak groups that changes my take on that. And for instance, like if white answered this, like if white was really careful and did stuff like this, and then actually the stronger way to surround the territory would be here. And well, this would just be simply a loss for white, obviously. But if something like this happened, it would suddenly be just nothing but endgame to go. So this would really be what just about anyone would be calling an endgame if they started doing stuff like this. But it's more likely that white's probably maybe gonna even ignore this. So if white plays something, white might even play an attack against the black group on the left, which is the other group that is not completely secure. So white could be doing, for instance, something like, okay, white curled once. That's always a big move. And it's going to be forcing. Maybe white wanted to play it now when it's not so viable. Probably not a good idea for black to cover here, because the cut can be very annoying. But of course, later in the game, when the borderlines of this black area are defined, there is some potential that black would be thinking of a move like this. So locally, like, nothing bad is going to happen. It's just there's this huge amount of aji that in this board position, white can still make some use out of it. So white's playing it now. At this time in the game, it's probably forcing black to extend it. So it's worthwhile. You might notice that it actually makes a difference in the white territory that I was going to do a black stone there. But when black plays here, it is no longer certain to be forcing. In this position, the white group actually has room to live. So it does make a difference to the white group's eyes, which changes the endgame on the top side. So when I was assuming that black 3 would be forcing, I was saying that was a 20-point territory. If it's not forcing, maybe white will be able to reduce it by probably 6 or half a dozen points. So like later, this is not a forcing move, but later in the game, moves like this, or actually this one, would be forcing, reducing the black territory by, let's see, that's about 5 points. So it makes the difference to the top side territory also. So in this way, it is an endgame, because the players are thinking more and more about these final shapes of the territories. But it's also a middle game if things like start in the lower right or the upper left. So if we assume that black's going to answer this, so for instance, what I was going to say was maybe white's going to play some move towards the black group on the left. And you might recall that at some point I said that this black group, just on the side here, on the left side, black has only one eye. So that's a one eye shape. There's no way for black to make it into two eyes, provided white stops black from it. So like black's best try would be to play a double hane, and white doesn't even need to play the call. So locally, it's only the one eye. So if black loses the eye in the center and gets completely surrounded, it's going to die. So a move like that would be something white could play to improve the white territory while putting some pressure on black. If white plays from this side, that's the general area where black will be thinking of playing a stone also. So two areas that I would call potentially hot spots would be the left side and the lower right, the upper left, the lower right. And after that, it's just the idea of how much territory black's going to get in this general area. Definitely L14. So Rick is asking again about the lower right. If black gets to play again at the bottom, is L4 the attack, or is that too direct? It's the usual way to attack, I would say. Although, let's see. Like, that would be the shape move to play here. L14, yes. White would be able to live with something like this, or maybe something like this. So white can make an eye there and should be okay. So although it's not such good shape, another move that black might consider would be something like this, which would be more active in taking away white's eye space. White can make eyes here, but this whole this whole exchange, they were all painful moves. So this kind of exchange would be okay for black. And if white does something on this side, it's a bit more problematic. So like white has to be super careful about this, and it's a bit more dangerous. So this would be pretty dangerous. So that's the move that Rick suggested at L14 was the shape move, but this is also a move that black could consider. It's a bit, you usually don't see these forcing plays. Just playing like this would be better shape, but in this case, maybe this one. Interesting, he doesn't play. R7. The timing for R7. Well, when white plays it, it's almost always forcing. So I'm actually a bit surprised that Shin Jinseo is taking so much time here, because I would probably automatically just extend on the third line. So for white, it's almost always forcing. And so I'd say that I would not play this move if I had other ideas towards the right side. So like if I was thinking maybe I'm going to invade with something like this, that would be an example of a position where I would not curl on the second line. Otherwise, it's almost always a forcing move. It's almost always going to be forcing for white to play that. The curling move. To the extent that I'm surprised that black is thinking about what he's going to do to answer it, like I said. So as soon as white is not going to invade the side, it's okay to play it. It's important in that, okay, Thumper is asking about that too. How consequential is the timing of R7? And it's important that white plays, sorry about that, I didn't mean to do that. That's a pretty lousy estimation of the territory that this, and it's just done by the server, and it's not the same quality of most AIs actually. So to put it very simply and say the obvious, if black plays there, white's not going to get to play it. So white should be thinking of playing this move before it becomes a good move for black. So for instance, even now it's a pretty good move. It's a reasonable move for black to play here. But you don't see players play on the second line too early in the game because it doesn't have an effect on most of the stones. So it's just affecting that immediate area. This is big enough that it would, some players might even play it now. But of course, white's going to be able to play a big move towards the center. So the time when it's too late is when black has already played it. So like if white is playing too slowly, playing some other part of the board, I was showing a variation like this, and actually covering here would be another valid variation. This is actually a fairly big move, just because it is forcing for white. So it's important for white to play it before it's a good move for black. So the judgment, the idea is simple, but actually realizing when it's good for your opponent to play that move, sometimes it's hard to see. So at this point in the game, white is very conscious of this move, and that he was starting to get afraid that black would be taking it from him. Dr. Doofus, I wouldn't put it that way. Dr. Doofus is saying if black hasn't played it, it's always a valid move for white. As far as the rules are concerned, obviously. But like I said before, I just repeat that provided I'm not thinking of invading here. If I'm not going to invade here, it's usually okay to curl there, especially since it has a fairly large effect on the size of white's corner territory. It's a case-by-case thing. And he still hasn't played it. Like I would just extend on the third line, and I would not like this one. It just looks, even if white just extends here, I think it's going to give white too much of an opportunity. So I don't see this white group dying. So I'd sort of rule this one out fairly quickly. And playing away doesn't look good either. So like if white plays here, white could play a double hane, white could play here once. Maybe white could even push. It just looks so ugly. So for instance, stuff like this could be happening. So just a lot of black stones in a relatively small area. So yeah, I would just, it's strange that he's not playing. Okay, Cherry Pies is asking, thanks for the stream. Do you have a preferred color in this position? And if so, why? And I have to say, it looks so close. I'd probably want to play with black, because black does seem to have some potential for maybe an attack on the lower right, and it would be sort of fun to figure out a way to make use of those 3 dead stones on the left. So it's just that the things that black is going to be thinking about, the ideas that black has to have to make this work and win the game, are more active than the ideas that white will have, which will be white just basically has to keep everything calm and safe while reducing black's area in the center of the board. And so maybe not so fun to set up plans. Okay, TSL is TLS, that is. No, it's Dr. Dukas. He's talking to TLS. Okay. Thinking about a large-scale trade. So when someone suggests a large-scale trade, it would probably be this kind of variation where black allows this to happen and tries to kill white in the lower right. And, you know, maybe this could be an idea. Like if white leaves it like that, it is very dangerous. Especially if black finds a way to work with this stuff on the left. So like if something like this happened, it would be very dangerous for white in the lower right area. So attacking first is it's an option. You have to be very careful with that though, because it's sort of showing black's hand. And if white can live while playing that honey on the third line, it would end the game easily. So yeah, that could be a reason for him taking so much time. He could be reading out variations involving attacking white in the lower right area. Okay, and he's played a move that sort of says that. So that was well timed. Yeah, so when black plays here, it is kind of a threat towards the left. So if white allows black to push through and cut here, first of all, let's see. I have to think about this. So if black plays here, and white plays on the outside, and black plays here, this actually looks pretty dangerous for white. So this is something I hadn't been thinking about before. So black's going to win this race to capture. It means that black can extend his liberties first. So if black plays at 2, maybe white's going to play here. So obviously when black dies after this, it's going to be a huge loss of territory. But it does extend black's liberties when this happens. So, for instance, this would be a win for black now. Or even if white fills a liberty, black's going to win the race to capture. If white plays on this side, black can capture in a net. So this looks like black has 4 liberties. So black is going to lose the race to capture. Yeah, black does have to play this exchange. Yeah, so it's better for black to start with that. Let's just change the order of moves a little bit. Here, can white play here? I guess that's just not working for black. Okay, so like this. Let's do it a bit more carefully here. So something like this. So in this variation, white did manage to win by one liberty, but black is getting a lot on the outside. So this is in the case that white played away just once, and so you can see it was a huge attack. So let's do it with, for instance, this move. And black plays here. This is a move that I was missing before. So this is actually a threat against white in the corner. And so this. And then this. So a variation, something like this, it would give black huge, another wall towards the center, and it would be really dangerous for these white stumps. So now I'm starting to think that this is actually a good idea for black. So that's what the jump is threatening. And white can avoid all that trouble, yes, by doing that. And that's the game move. Okay, Rick Rubenstein, is it unsettling for a pro when a move like R7 isn't answered? Um, Sometimes, although in this case I'm pretty sure that white um, uh, it was like it wasn't completely unexpected. Like yeah, white like Leonardo was saying, Leonardo de Werner is saying white was too clever to fall for those tricks. Um, for a while he should have been aware that there's some stuff happening in the lower left if white is careless. So maybe he was just assuming that these two moves that were played would be that he would answer black if black did that. So maybe that was sort of a part of his calculation of what's going to happen. It probably should have been a calculation at least for what's going to happen in the lower right. So so yeah, I'm still looking, like if I were going to attack immediately, I would still be looking at a move something like this. But provided white continues to answer here, it's not going to actually kill the white group. Okay, Gabriel Gonzalez in YouTube is telling us that the AI has them exactly even right now. Yes, pretty unusual for even a top professional game for them to stay even. Must be something like 100 moves. It's 92 moves into the game. So among the final actually the four players in the semifinals, that was Kang Dongyu of Korea, Ding Hao of China, and so this is Yang Dingxin of China and Shin Jinseo of Korea. Obviously, the most famous is Shin Jinseo, but I'd say Yang Dingxin and all four of them actually. They've been in good form recently, doing better. I think it might be the first time that Ding Hao has gotten to the final. So his game went in his semifinal was played yesterday. And I think I saw a quote of him saying that like he found it hard to believe that he'd done so well. But he's been around he's been at the top of the Go scene for a while. So I'm not so surprised. Schoon is asking if I met Dingxin. I have not met young Dingxin personally. He's sort of his appearance in the top international tournaments was after have stopped. I don't play in them very much anymore. So there's that, and there's the fact that most of these tournaments are played remotely anyway. So this game is also, I believe, it's being played on the internet on a server. So the players are actually playing their moves directly into the net. And that's the way they do it now. They have a referee watching so that the players don't whip out their smartphones or something to get some kibitzing from a computer. Smartphones are good enough nowadays. But yeah, it's mostly done remote, so we don't actually get to meet the Chinese or Korean pros very much. No, so that's I am 13 Yo. Asking before COVID, were there any of these major tournaments being held online? No, they were all face to face, and it's a lot easier to. Um, it's a lot better for the sponsor, I think, to have an actual picture of all these great players in one place playing against each other. So um, it's better publicity, I think, for the sponsors, for people to be actually getting together. It's much more fun. And for the players also, I think the interaction with players from Korea or China, we don't always get to meet. Um, it's an opportunity to learn something new, to get a different viewpoint, you might say. So just watching those players close up is a great thing to be able to do. But they haven't been able to do it since COVID. Okay, so black quit the attack at this point. Um, the white group, the bottom line is this white group in the lower right. It's not going to die. Black did have some potential to squeeze it, but would have to move to Q8 anyway. So he's played that first. White's probably going to play something towards the center, and then black can decide with less pressure maybe how to attack the lower right. Yes, if OGS had them live, I would be doing this on OGS. Um, I think it just means that someone has to volunteer to put the moves in. Okay, let's see. So at this point in the game, I'd say that the left side is a bit more settled than it was before, just because White's added that stone there. Having these stones in the center connected like that, that means that there's virtually nothing that black can do about it. So after this, maybe later in the game, black will get a stone here. Ignore that white move. Maybe at some point black will get a stone here, at which point there will be some potential to push through and cut on that side. So for instance, and let's just say that black it's not forcing anymore. So like black has to do it first. But if black plays here, something like this. So in this position, black still has only 4 liberties inside, and white has 6 liberties on the outside. So you can see there's some distance between this position and a real race to capture. But like if we assume somewhere around 12 was forcing against that white group, then black's losing by 2 liberties already. So like it's not as immediate as it was before white connected up like that, but there is some potential for black to squeeze a little bit while making some territory in the center, depending on how the game proceeds. So it's a bit further in the distance now. But anything that black does will probably start with a stone somewhere around here. Or more directly, black could peep it. This would, peeping there would probably be a forcing move. Okay, FDP is asking, was I-15 a good exchange as a standalone move, even without directly attacking? And it's really hard to say. So It's a position where I sort of get the idea that it doesn't really matter. And what I mean here is that in any case, I don't really expect white to be doing something like this to defend, because it's a move that doesn't make any territory. White wants, even if white plays something, white wants to find something a bit more active, but maybe white's not going to play in this area after all. And for instance, a big move would be something like this, moving into the black area. And so I think the idea is that he still has ideas of attacking, starting with this stone at I-15, but he doesn't think he has to do it yet. And for the time being, the marked stone at Q8 is so important that he wants to get that stone on the board before he actually starts the attack. And so when I say it doesn't matter, I'm saying the order of moves here, maybe it's not so important. For instance, black could have played this first, and then we could be getting the same kind of, it could turn into exactly the same situation. And so it doesn't really matter so much because black is probably not worried about the idea that white might be protecting at this point. So if black is not afraid, you might say, of a white move like this, which would allow black to play somewhere around here, maybe to surround the territory. If this idea is something that black welcomes, then the order of moves, playing this I-15 move first or later, maybe it doesn't make so much difference. I would have a tendency to want to play it at the perfect time, but yeah. Just watching computer programs, computer analysis with neural networks, and the way the young pros at the top of the Go world do it nowadays. Sometimes they don't worry about the order of moves in relation to the overall, you might say, almost like a computer taking the score and saying it doesn't matter which way you do it. Okay, white peeped. Now this is going to be forcing. Black R14 is not forcing. No, that's Dr. Doofus. It's not forcing, and playing something like this to make it forcing, there's problems with that too, because this allows this squeeze here, which sometimes is really good for white. PhD Tony, I've seen you before. Thank you very much for the donation. So filling that liberty there is a bad idea. Or if black just plays the knight's move, later on it's not, it's just the two stones. So it's not always forcing. That's the answer I have. For the time being, it's important for black to answer this somehow. I would just connect. Yeah. Okay. All right. Oh, so white did protect. So when white has added a stone there, you have to look at the black group on the side. So is that black group alive or not? So when white plays here, if black answers like this, now this is completely alive. So this is a living shape. If white is secure towards the center, sometimes white can play here. And like this, this would be a forcing move towards the corner. And just locally, it's not completely alive. So it's interesting how we have a position that looks like it's an endgame position, but the life or death of groups will always there's some groups where it's sort of fluid, and sometimes the situation changes. So adding a stone here, once white put that stone, it sort of clicked with me that white is sort of looking at some potential. Uh, so again, when white plays there, I guess black does have the option of playing something like this. But you know, this sort of it sort of loses the black stones in the corner. So when it looks like this, it's going to be relatively difficult for black to save the two stones in the corner. Even if black plays that, it really takes two more moves to resolve that situation. So even if white backs off, it's really difficult. Black plays here, it's still a ko in the corner. And so it's a very long hole for black to actually save those stones. Whereas, so that's why black sort of wants to answer white too by playing here. Because in this case, black can relatively easily save them. So there's a big difference there. So there is this potential of the potential of squeezing black a little bit here. Okay. Yes, and just with this one stone that white has just played, I'd say the white group is fairly safe now. Okay, Spoon is asking, this is a silly question, but did Gosegens mean Go? Or is it a nickname related to Go? You know, that's just the Japanese pronunciation of his name. So he's actually, that's a Chinese name, and it's completely different. And I probably shouldn't say it because I don't really know how to pronounce it. So ask someone who is Chinese, a Chinese language speaker, and that person will give you a different name for Goseigen. So it just happens to be the Japanese name. At the time, Japan was much more active in promoting Go overseas. So in the Western world, you might say. Oh, yeah, that's his name in characters there, TLS. Thank you. And so the Japanese and these are Chinese characters, and they are shared by the Japanese in the Japanese language. So the Chinese characters, Wu Qing Yun is the closest I can get to the pronunciation of his name. Japanese borrowed Chinese characters when they created a written language for Japan. It was probably about 1500 or so years ago, a bit earlier actually, probably. And it was they fit it together with the Japanese spoken language so well that they can just use the Chinese characters with some extra phonetics for grammar, actually. And so it was a very successful example of incorporating Chinese characters into the Japanese language. And it just happens that the character for Goseigen's name is pronounced Go in Japan, and also the character for the board game Go is pronounced Go in Japan, and like Rick Rubenstein just said, it is also pronounced Eagle, and that's a different character. I can actually put it down. No, I probably shouldn't. I'd have to do things on my computer that would change the size of the board here. So I'm not going to give you the Japanese script. but that's an extra character that is added on before the character for Go, which makes it a more formal. The formal name for Go is Eagle. And like I was starting to say before, the fact that the Japanese were very active in the early 20th century mostly. They started to promote Go overseas and in the latter half of the 20th century also. And so Japan was very successful in promoting Go overseas, and that's why these Japanese pronunciations. Yeah, that's the Japanese two characters that the Japanese use for Go, Eagle. And the Chinese use the same first character and a slightly different character, well, a very different character for the second syllable of their name for Go, which is Weiqi. It does look a bit slow. It's a very difficult board position to choose the next move for white. So it's a slow move, but it does have that potential to squeeze black on the lower side. So I'd say maybe white is fairly confident and the game is close, and he thinks he still will have opportunities later to dive into the black moyo. The whole issue here is how much territory is black going to get and on the right side of that center area. Yeah, that's the Chinese character. And the character on the left is different, but that's just the original form of the same character. So in the Japanese script, which is shown by Grau Uhyoga, is that's the simplified version, which is the modern Japanese script. Okay, in Twitch, I am 13 was asking, do Japanese people pronounce modern Chinese names with Japanese pronunciations of characters or phonetically based on original Mandarin? Strictly speaking, no. So like it was something like 15 centuries, maybe more than that before. I don't have an actual timeline that I know about the formation of the Japanese written language. It's hard to say exactly what form of Chinese they were in. There were some parts of the pronunciation of these characters that they got from Chinese. It might have been different from Mandarin though. So there's they have pronunciations in the original Japanese and pronunciations that are more associated to Chinese pronunciations at the time, which are not necessarily the same as Chinese pronunciations in modern Mandarin. So it's sort of complicated. And the pronunciations they use for characters in compound characters for a word and stuff like that, they tend to be closer to the Chinese pronunciations. But not necessarily Mandarin. Mm-hmm. The whole discussion about the language is pretty fascinating for me. I find it fairly amazing that the Japanese could actually use Chinese characters for the Japanese language because they're completely different languages. They're not even related, I don't believe, the spoken language. So clearly black has to think of the move, the threat of white g16. So he knows of the possibility of white trying to do something like this, and realizes that if black answers in this fashion, that would be a kind of a double threat. Um, so this is something black has to worry about a little bit. But also there is the fact that white is not completely secure on the outside also. So there will be some potential for black to make trouble for white on that side, or for black to prepare, or of course for black to back off from the fight by answering this move in some other fashion, which would, for instance, be something like this. So this is one thing that black has to consider, including the idea of, oh, so he played there? And like I said, that's not forcing, but it can lead to a potential squeeze. So it's going to be okay for black, obviously, if white answers that. And so if white plays here and here, so the question is, like, this would be a variation in which no one is giving up any ground. So they're both being pretty stubborn in this variation. And so this kind of thing where the marked black stone at F11 here, the stone with a triangle on it, is going to take a part in this fight when black is threatening to push through on the left and make a race to capture out of it. Or if white answers on this side, then black can play, let's see, black can play something like this. And we get into a wild fight, but it's going to be dangerous for white, more dangerous for white than it is for black. So like if we get into a variation like this, not only can black escape from the ladder, yeah, but there's going to be trouble for this white group on this side. So this is an example of how over-aggressive attack for white could backfire, and how that black stone with a triangle on it does have something to do with the process. Right. Looks like I've sparked a discussion about language. It's interesting. Yeah, and I think, yeah, I do think that Chinese and Japanese are actually very different languages. Okay, so I was just showing a variation where white played here and then eventually got into trouble. So obviously there is some danger here, but in actual play, white's not going to be that obstinate. And so at some point you could expect maybe something like this to happen, where white is going to allow, yeah, that wasn't correct. Maybe white's going to play something, for instance, like this, and allow black to add another stone. So even this would be slightly painful for black. You can see this group is getting squeezed also. So it is a painful thing, where black is just getting two eyes. This would be a live shape, by the way. So white's still looking at this kind of potential. And if white does this, what I'm saying here is that white will probably not actually go for a kill, but just hope to squeeze black a little bit here. Would be a good strategy. Hmm. Okay. People are still talking about language here. I am 13 years mentioned actually Vietnamese was suited for Chinese characters grammatically, but they dropped the Chinese character. So I think there's a lot of Asian countries that at some point in history were using Chinese characters. And yes, like Thumper just said, actually China itself was, you could say it's a lot of different languages that they speak. And the thing that keeps them, that unites the various languages that the Chinese speak, because it's a big country, and they have a lot of what they call dialects are actually, they're so different that they could be called different languages. They originally were different languages, and they were united by the fact that they started using the same characters. And a lot of countries in Asia, at some point used Chinese characters, and most of them did not really succeed. So, so they went to the alphabet or something in many cases. Korea is an example of a country that had characters for a long time, but they changed to Korean. They made a whole Korean alphabet for the Korean language. Okay, so white's played this attachment, and this is cutting off the two black groups. So it's cutting off the black group on the lower side from the black group on the in the corner. And white's played a instead of jumping on the second line, white's played a relatively solid move here. So this is keeping the connection. Just to show you. So for instance, if white had played, yes, if white had played here, in this case, black, it looks like black's alive. So black 2 is a kind of an important point here as far as black's eyes are concerned. And I think, and the problem with this is that white's connection here is a bit weak. It's not completely connected. So there's problems involving the connection. And the game move deals with that by making that solid so that if black pushes through and cuts here, white can capture like this. So that's what white is setting up with this connection. And now black has an extra move for the left side. So if black plays here or here, black will be alive, but white will get to squeeze the corner a little bit. So this corner, the only way black can live, well, strict is a life and death problem. Black can probably play, no, black cannot do that. Black can probably play here and lose a whole bunch of territory to live. That would be bad, obviously. But the correct move for black is to play here. And if white plays here and black plays here, white cannot save the stone at 4. White will get some extra squeezing from either this side or this side. So white has a choice there. And so it's just 3 points. Even if white plays here, I would call that a 3-point territory. Maybe a bit smaller than 3 points usually. So that squeezes the corner. So although white is not going to kill anything, white's idea is to squeeze black's territory, make it as small as possible in this locality. And this is a threat against black's group on the left. So this time when if white plays something like this, I'd say white has some extra security here with the solid connection at the marked white stone. So maybe a bit more difficult for black to exploit the weaknesses that white has. So for instance, going back to this variation, with all these forcing moves, it's relatively easy. Yeah, actually, so white, yeah, it's relatively easy for white to handle this. It still looks like maybe black could squeeze out of this. Oh, but he plays here, yeah. Yeah, black's not in trouble, but it all involves the territory, of course. So it's a question of territory as well as the life or death of a black group. So there is that black group in the corner, which is going to be squeezed down to about 3 points. So that's going to be a bit painful if that happens. And there's this black group on the bottom side, which is not 100% alive as it stands. Of course, the fact that it was black's turn means that black can play here first. And white probably has to be fairly careful. So like if white does something like this, yeah, maybe. Yeah, it looks like it's not going to be lethal for either side, actually. So yeah, let's just forget that variation. It might happen in the game. Telegraph Go is asking, how does a pro know whether he is making a mistake when he plays center fighting like this? Um, Usually you don't know until it's punished. Um, like if you're making a mistake, you've missed something after all. Actually, playing this squeeze in the corner it's worthwhile. Um, Partly because black has, if black at some point gets a move here, which is sort of forcing towards the outside, so like maybe not now, but there was a point, if black had played it first, it would have been forcing, threatening this cut. That would have made a big difference in black's territory. So at this point in the game, black is probably forced to play here. And this whole squeeze here, it's a great addition to white's thickness. Also, you sort of want to ask how black's going to answer here, because sometimes black will play here, and then white won't have the forcing move here. So if stuff happens towards the left first, in some cases black will want to play this move. But of course it gives white this forcing move too, so that would be, it's worthwhile sort of asking how black plays that, because having a forcing move at 9 is valuable also. Yeah, so playing this whole squeeze, where white gets forcing moves, a strong position on the outside. White could do it at any point. Okay, I've been doing this for 2 hours now. I think I need a break to get some more tea. I have an empty cup here, and I'll be back. Let's say 20 minutes. So I'll show you a timer. and I'll be back. Sorry about that. So I had the sound off. Sorry about that. So what I was saying is that you could say that this the peep was forcing because black's group in the corner was not comfortably alive. So if we look at it as a life and death problem, it's actually alive. So this is alive because, sorry, not that way. Black can play here. And white stones do not connect up. But if white pushes through here, black has to play this way. That's painful. Or if white plays here, it's painful again. So it's just going to be too painful. And since the liberty on the fourth line was filled up, this move doesn't work anymore. Sorry. So yeah, it doesn't work anymore. So black's idea is he's going to add a stone to the lower side. Yeah, okay. And the whole sequence here was reducing white to basically one eye. Like, if white plays here, white and trying to make a two-eye shape here is just going to be a lot of moves that white would rather not play. So he's probably not going to do that. He's probably just going to jump out. And yeah, I do that. I did that before, didn't I? So it's going to look something like, I'm getting sloppy. Okay, so it's going to look like this, and white has one eye, no eye on the right side. Black is alive. Black is alive here. And yeah, pretty much white. I think if white worked at it, maybe white could find a way to make two eyes. It depends on black 10, doesn't it? So if black plays here, then white's group locally is still dead. But if black plays here, in this variation, it's a bit more tricky. Because if black plays on this side, white can make an eye here. Or if black plays on this side, white can make an eye here. And then sometimes you see this variation, where if white plays here, it can be a false eye. Or if white plays here, again, it's a false eye. You can see this is probably going to mount in black killing himself, so it's a bad idea anyway. Yeah, so white played here. So this is an asking move, because if black answers this way, it's exactly what I was just talking about. So white does have a potential second eye here. So in this variation, when white has been reduced to just the one eye, if black continues with an attack on the outside, then white can use this forcing move to make a second eye on the right side. So that's how the whole thing is working when white plays the marked move, the move with a triangle on it. However, if white played this move after everything depended on making a second eye, there are some cases when, I'm just adding that on, it's not as if black could play it right now, but if we focus on the lower right corner, if black has already surrounded white, and the question is how to live without giving white two eyes, then black does have this move. And this would get two eyes. It would lose some territory, so it's only 2 points now, whereas the other variation was bigger than that. So it's losing at least 2 or 3 points. But if black has surrounded white, this will actually kill the white group. So this way, white has no way to make two eyes. They're all going to be false eyes. So playing here now is asking, which way are you going to answer me? So if black plays this way, black's corner territory is reduced to 2 points. Or if black answers this way, then white can leave it for the time being. We'll probably jump out anyway, but when we get into this variation, white does have this move, which will allow white to make two eyes, just like this. White can make two eyes like this. So the move on the first line there, yeah, so black didn't want to give away all that territory. So in this case, yeah, even if white plays like this, it's 2 points at O19 and P18, a kind of a potential point at Q19 and a potential point capturing the white stone. So there's something like a 2-point difference in the size of black's territory when we compare it to black playing here and just being squeezed like this. So that's a pretty important difference. 2 points is really important, especially when we're looking at a game that, for a lot of the game, it looked like it was really close. Okay, so since black answers, oh, that's strange. Now that doesn't make sense to me. So what I was thinking was that he didn't need to play this move anymore and he would just jump out into the center. So when he plays here, so just locally, if black plays here, black can still play here, and white does not have two eyes. So that would be black's local move. Of course, white can jump out. It's probably not going to die, but maybe black can get some extra potential in the center. So it strikes me as I didn't expect white to play this move. In this variation that I was just doing here, it doesn't put any pressure on black either, because now black has, just locally, black has two eyes. So this is completely alive on the side here. Counting TLS is saying Yang Dingxin being thick and unnecessarily heavy. Yeah. Who do I think is winning? I think it seems to be going back and forth. It seems to be wavering. It's a very close game. And how can I tell? Yeah, that's a good question. I'm just guessing. Actually, it's an interesting, in general, it's an interesting question. In the difference of how human pros and neural networks have their opinions about who's winning, because as I've been doing during this game a number of times, humans generally estimate the size of territories as one of the steps in judging the game. And that's not a part of the process. Like, neural networks are generally just giving us a winning percentage. So percentage of games that the computer would win playing against itself. And so that's what the numbers are when they give you, well, in the case of this game, it seems to be close to 50% throughout. But so you can get winning percentages like 90% or something, and it's just a point or so difference, or it could be a half point difference if you're late enough into the game. It's just half a point difference, and the computer will say 90-something% for one side. It looks like white is alive, but if black can get that peep on the 5th line, which he, for some reason, did not play. Well, maybe he didn't want to play that exchange because it does increase white's territory by a point. Yes, 1 point. Yeah, it loses a point or so. So yes, when we look at white territory, something like this, this is 4 points as we see it. But of course, in the end of the game, when all of these points get filled up, it's going to be, white's going to add a stone there. So it's actually a 3-point territory that white has here. Whereas when black plays this exchange, it's either 5 or 4 points. So like white's going to run away, probably connect up somewhere. So that's, maybe it's going to be 5 points. It depends on what happens on the Yosei on the right side also. Sometimes white will end up putting a stone in to capture those 2 stones, because it could be an Atari from one or the other side. So it's a loss of 1 point there. Also a small loss here, maybe a point here also, when white gets a peep from this side. So there's some territory loss involved in black playing this exchange. And so that would explain why he didn't do it. But the drawback of that, the negative side, is that now it's less clear whether or not white is alive here. So for instance, in this shape, in the other shape, black could have taken away white's eyes with Sente without losing an initiative. In this case, in order to kill white, black has to play here and here, which would cost black a move. So it would be much more difficult. It will become much more difficult for black to actually attack this white group. So, like, if I were playing with black, I probably would have just played this exchange. I think it's, even though it loses a point or so, the exchange of the marked white stone for black 5, I think that lost a point or so also. So that would even things out, and it would be putting more pressure on this white group. So I would find it simpler to do it this way and get some extra territory in the center while putting pressure on the white stones. Yeah, these guys just don't like to do it the simple way. Right. So Yan Dingxin, let's quote Elam Heisi, and a very long name following that. Impressive that Yang Dingxin is keeping up with Shin Jinseo with this late middle game where Shin Jinseo excels. So that's true. And it's also true that Shin Jinseo has a great reputation for excelling in the late parts of the game, and it is true. But yes, in order to beat him, you have to be ready for them. So it's not as if you can avoid the end game. And his opponents, including Yan Dingxin, are very good at the end game also. So it's not that one factor that decides it. And people make progress. Like they're all spending their lives dedicated to this game, and they get better at it, supposedly, until they get old and they get worse at it. Mm-hmm. Exactly. Elm Heisey is saying maybe for humans the second half of the game is most important. And some people say that, like being human, we make mistakes. There's usually, um, in an exciting game especially, it's usually when the player who makes the last mistake is the one who loses the game. So it's, um, you can't really afford to make mistakes. What is the score so far? Urza Kayam. Um, the game seems to be fairly even. And this is still the semifinal, so it's just a single match to a single game to decide the match. So okay, yeah, that was pretty much forced. So black is alive on the side now. So we're as these groups make their living shapes, as they fix the shapes, it does gradually simplify the game. So this black group on the side is completely alive. Yes. And now white is one move away from being alive, and there's no way for black to kill it with Sente now. Assuming black connects it would still be one move away from being alive. So that's why I wanted to take that point for black, to put more pressure on white. So everything is getting to be smaller, like just to take a look at every local position. So there's this position in this corner where black can play here and here, and white will be forced to play something towards the side. So it's going to be a total of 2 moves that white puts in there, just about wherever white plays. So let's just say that one. So that's the local shape here. Here, there's a big move here. Like as far as territory is concerned, black will play here. But sometimes when black's eyes are an issue, black will play here, threatening to make 2 eyes locally. So that's another big point. There's a big point here, which is no longer forcing, because even though black plays here, white will have enough room to make 2 eyes. So it's not forcing, although it is a very big move. So from white's point of view, the move white will play will either be this one or probably this one. Like this is a kind of a standard shape where white can do that with Sente. And there's also like, let's see. So I've just about covered everything, I suppose. So those are the various local situations. Aha, an attachment. I don't think that's accomplishing anything. So still the connection from on the first line, for instance, and white playing in the corner are Mia. So if black plays here, white can even play this one. So white can connect on the first line. So even disregarding any risk to capture kind of stuff, there's nothing happening here. So more likely black will play this way to force white to, in this case, white will probably play here. I guess white ends up adding a stone to it anyway. So that's local situations. There's the lower left corner, which is a forcing endgame for black. There's the upper left corner, which is a big move, which does have to do with black's eyes. So these are all relatively minor. Like the biggest endgame move is probably this one, which is not forcing. And so the big issues that are left are how much of the center is going to be black's territory. So maybe black wants to be thinking of a move somewhere around here. I didn't get the right, yeah, somewhere around here. And the other issue is black's group on the left, because that group in the upper left, it has only one eye on the side. So where is black's other eye? So for instance, if black's worried about eyes, okay, this is going to be a forcing sequence in the corner. So something like this. So if black's worried about the eyes of this group on the left, maybe you can start doing stuff like this to make a living shape there. So that would be something black could do about this group on the left. Or this would be something that black could do about his area in the center of the board. And after they've resolved those two problems, it will be relatively small in-game plays. Mm-hmm. Okay, maybe he's thinking of a ko eventually. Hmm. So when black plays this move, covering on the second line is going to be forcing next. So I'm going to assume white's probably going to curl here. So what I'm saying is that if white leaves it, then it's not probably not this endgame that black wants to play. So if black does that, white's going to play here, and white does live relatively easy. And black's territory on the side is not increased at all. So I'd say that maybe black is going to play here next, and this is going to be Sente, and it does establish some territory on the right side. So I would expect white to immediately play here. And this is going to be forcing at this stage of the game. So play here. And then white can think of where to play. I would say probably towards the center of the board, unless white starts to try to attack with something like this. Ezra Kayam is asking, what makes the difference between players at this level? And, well, yes, as Schoon says, wins is an easy way to understand it. They all have amazing depth of reading, and they all have a good grasp of territorial differences. So, like, the way humans perceive who's winning is generally has to do with the size of the territories, and then we look at these areas like at the center of the board in this game to judge and make an estimate. And our assessment of the position is very important in how we continue playing. So, like, we can play in ways that continue a position that's along the lines of what we started with, or we can play in ways that mix things up a little bit. So it all depends on our assessment of the present situation. And in a game like this, it's going to be very close. So, like, if it's a half-point difference, the players have to have a kind of a feeling as to who's half a point ahead or not. And it's very difficult to actually calculate that when there's more than 100 moves left to be played in the game. But they get to have a kind of a scent for them. So I'd say that that's something that's, while the question was about what makes the difference, I'd say what I've been talking about so far is the parts of their game that are similar to each other. And the difference is probably in the most difficult positions, there's a difference in the accuracy of the reading, basically. Okay, so that was a big move. It stopped black from squeezing white down to 4 points. So I thought maybe white would have left that, but with this move, white does have 10 points there in the upper right. So that's a 6-point difference in the white territory, maybe a slight difference in black's territory. So this is, I think it's sort of premature, but it's a very human thing to do. So, like, so it was just a reverse, a gyakuyose. It was going to be a forcing move for black that was worth 6 points. So if black plays here, just looking at the top territory, there's this point at 0901 where black gets an extra point, and the stone that black captured at R1. So black gets 2 extra points, white has 6 less points. So that's an 8-point difference. But then, of course, the black territory here, potentially it's going to be reduced a little bit. White might not even play that move. But this move here, it does reduce black's territory on the side. So I'd say it adds, this is probably more than 1 point difference, maybe about 2 points. In most cases, at the very least, it's going to be a 1 point difference. In some cases, it's going to be considerably more. So if we call that 2 points advantage for white by getting a stone at 9, and a 2 points advantage for black for the extra black territory on the top, then that cancels out, and we have just the extra 6 points that white would have gotten if white got in the game. So it's a 6-point difference, and black got it in sente. I think my gut feeling is that this move in the center has to be bigger. But the problem is that it's really difficult to find the correct move in the center in a position like this. Like, there's all that area. If you were to try to read it out, you would take this whole block of area that's empty in the center, something like 30, 40 points that could be completely filled with stones. And the variations just involved in that limited area are some huge number. I'm not even going to try to make the calculation. And so even for top throws, it's virtually impossible to read out everything, and very, very difficult even to choose one move, to choose whether this was the best move, or maybe something like this, or maybe something like this. Like, there's all these points that are just one line away from each other, and they all look feasible, and you have to do a calculation of what exactly is going to happen here in order to be perfect in judging them, and it's a really difficult choice. And so one of the facets of this move that white played in the corner, he was taking the cash, 6 points difference, or something like that, and allowing black to make the. So he's giving black an opportunity to make a mistake. And it was difficult for white also to choose between this move that I've been showing you so many times today, or for instance something more actively surrounding black on the left side. So this would be putting more pressure on black's group on the left side, and would probably be answered by some kind of direct way of making an eye for black in the center. So some move like this that would actually surround the black group would also be an option. So allowing black to play first in the center, giving this relatively difficult choice to black as to where exactly is the best move, is one way of putting pressure on your opponent. And here now, this is it's still a position where if we look at the sides of the board, the game is almost finished. So we're down to small endgame points, where, for instance, if we're just looking at the sides, a move like this is close to the biggest move on the board. So it's a move like this, or this would also be a big move. Even this move, you have to read out what happens if black does here. So I don't expect this to be a happy ending for black, like even if white does something like this. But it does depend, like later in the game, maybe it's going to become possible. So there's just 1 or 2 points that are relatively big on the sides, and it's the center. So the center is still wide open, and we don't know how deeply white can move in. So like a move somewhat like this would be relatively easy to play. Like it would not require a great deal of calculation. But if white goes any deeper, so like if white goes somewhere like this, just offhand, it's difficult for me to say whether this is connected to somewhere or not, and and you have to calculate that. And the problem with calculating positions in the center like this is not only is there a surprisingly large amount of room to be playing stones, so there's a lot of calculation, it's also unfamiliar ground in that when we're on the sides in positions like this, for instance, or positions like this, we've been in almost identical we've seen almost identical situations before, just locally, and we know what the we know what the moves are. Whereas in the center, it's much more challenging just to choose one move. So like this move, I think that this would be the deepest invasion that I would be willing to consider playing. But it's like, as far as the shape is concerned, it's not something that happens all the time. It's not something that I've seen before. And the following moves, like I have to think about moves like this. Moves like this would be a kind of a shape move. It would allow white to jump out here. This looks like maybe white's going to survive. I have to read out moves like this. And then, of course, yes, you do end up with a judgment issue. So you have to judge the final shape. In some cases, even if black cuts off that original stone, maybe it's not going to work out for black anyway when the rest of the area falls apart. So yes, it's a very difficult situation to even find the correct next move for a certain play. Okay, Ezra Kayam is asking, are pro Go players good at other games too? And I think there's a type of person who enjoys playing games. So um, people who are and probably are good at games. So, um, but if we're professional Go players, maybe we're not spending any significant amount of time setting a different game. So it really depends on how much we do it. Like if we, for instance, a lot of Go players play Japanese chess, um, and they can get to be fairly good um, chess players. I mean, Japanese chess players. So if they're spending any time in it, I think Go players have the ability to become good players at different. There's some Go players who play bridge, which is also a game that involves some skill. Um, and I know at least one Go player who's um, probably top level. Probably top level on Japan anyway. But then in my case, I just dabble in other games. I don't really play seriously at them. So I'm pretty mediocre in Japanese chess and Western chess also. Mm. Go players, if we're talking about sports like Ezra Kayama is, I think there in the past there were a lot of Go players who played golf, because that was a good way to get sponsors actually. Hmm. Yes, bridge is a social game. There's a lot of social stuff going on there, but it's also is played competitively. Okay, Elm Haisai is I hope I'm close to the pronunciation there. Um, is the game still within half a point? So that's a big question. Um, ask a computer, but I'd say it's very close. In Twitch, people are talking. Hayai Kare, a Japanese person, is talking about Japanese chess players, which is it's not the same game as Western chess. It's actually you might call it a brother of chess, a brother game. There's the original game was played originally in India or I think it's Mesopotamia, and it spread. Um, was that the right name for the ancient culture? Whatever. In India, in ancient India, they invented this game, which traveled to the west to become Western chess, and it changed. The rules changed, but basically it was the same game. And it traveled to Asia to become Chinese chess, Japanese chess, and they're all different games. I think there's something like 8 games that originated from the same 8 traditional games. So games that have been around for probably thousands of years, more than 1,000 years, um, that originated from this original game became Western chess. And so Japanese chess is one of them. And so Hayai Kare in Twitch was talking about the Japanese chess master Yoshiharu Habu, who was well known to be a master at chess. So he was a very good chess player also. That's a professional level, I think. I don't remember exactly how many masters there are. I know that it's pretty high level. Yeah, the interesting thing about chess is that it changed depending on the regions it went to. And this was all happening probably about 1,000. It's younger than Go, but it's still more than 1,000 years old. Yes. Gabriel Gonzalez is giving us the Chinese chess name, which I think that's pronounced Shanxi. With the time settings, it's really difficult for them to calculate this endgame. I think that they will be getting fairly accurate predictions. This is Ezra Cayenne again, asking really great questions. Thank you. Once they finish, there's going to be a fight in the center, I'm expecting. So if they finish that fight and the position in the center is fixed, I think the players at this level will be able to get a fairly accurate estimate of the score. And the thing about the endgame in Go is that at the very, very end of the game, when you're down to moves that make that change the score like 2 or 3 points with each move, quite often you might say it doesn't matter which one you choose. There's a lot of points that will be equal to each other. And so the final picture that you see on the board, and doesn't have to be the same. It just has to be relatively close or equal. And so at this level, the players will, just looking at a position, provided they finish this fight in the center. This fight in the center is at a completely different level of difficulty for even players at this level. But once they finish this fight, they will be able to have a picture of a finishing position that is pretty close to the answer. Like it might be a point off. But they can make a quick estimate, even if they're in the overtime. They will be able to make a relatively quick estimate, and they will know that there will be a in the quick estimate type. There's a it can be off to up to 2 points. Like I think 2 points is the trick there. There's a 2-point difference that it can be. And it's just something that they know about, so they can handle that. Because that's the estimate when they haven't actually read out the whole thing. But if they have a little time, like if they have something like 5 minutes, they can actually get a more exact picture of the final position. Or a final position. Because like I was saying, there's a lot of equal moves, which makes it sort of fluid. Yes, if we're looking at a point, okay, so that's LM. Oh yeah, the chat is moving here. But if we're looking at moves that we can count, it's that move in the upper left corner, which let's see, it's about 8 points. So that move in the upper left corner is about 8 points, and it comes after the center. And so that would be my estimate of how big the center is. The center comes first. Okay, so I think white's going to survive here. So yeah, black can play here, white will play here probably. Black does have this forcing move. This looks safe enough. So like white could be doing stuff like this and connect up. I think white's going to be able to connect out. Hmm. Black Tengang. Ezra Kayam is suggesting black Tengang. Probably here. If black peeps. The H8 stone. Insurance. The comments are getting very tactical here. Okay, let's just try some variations then. So if black plays this way, something like this. Yeah, this is going to be a collapse for various reasons. So this is just not working for black. Stuff like this. It doesn't, I think if I were black, my first instinct would just be to push through and get a solid connection and then see what white does. And even if white survives here, that doesn't mean it's the end of the game. So getting a solid connection like this and having all black stones connected will help black Like, yeah, maybe here. Maybe I keep wanting to play here. This could be a kind of an attack on white's connection to the 4 stones in the center. And it does, like if white answers like this exchange, it does give black a living shape in the center. So this is a move that sort of catches my attention. Yeah, but it's a very complicated, difficult to choose. I think even if white survives with this invasion, it can still be a very close game. Ah, yes, counting TLS. Hoimbo Dosaku was so far ahead of anyone in his time, he would play on 4 boards. There is that. That has been said that counting TLS is what I think he means is that Dosaku was playing with a 38 by 38 board instead of a 19 by 19. So he put 4 boards together to create that. So the story is that Dosaku was trying to did not feel challenged by the 19 by 19 board at some point, and he started experimenting with a larger board. If black K15, okay, that is 1450 test. That's not necessarily a dumb question. So yes, locally, but you see black needs some preparation. If black plays here, white has only 1 eye here. So this is a dead shape, but black needed the 2 stones at 1 and 3 to completely cut white off before doing that. So it takes these 2 preparatory moves, and then white would have to protect with this move. So after this, so at this point it's forcing. Okay, so black did play there. And wherever white plays in the center, white will be able to escape. So maybe the jump here. Oh, there we go. And white has this connection, or white has this connection, which is working despite the fact that 4 is a double peep, because white still has the connection over to the other side. So there's no way black can cut this off. So yeah, that would be my first thought. White might have other moves that work also. For instance, like this maybe. But these are more dangerous. I'm not so sure about that. I have studied Dosaku's games. This is Elm Heisai again. I wonder what AI thinks of the Hoimbo Dosaku compared to other pros. And so I came to after studying some of his games with KataGo, an AI, I came to the conclusion that a lot of his games were relatively casual games because he was getting different scores in the games he played against his own students and the games that he played that were actually competitive. So like castle games would be competitive games. And I got the impression that he was sort of posing problems or giving more slack to his students when he was playing them. So he would be very quickly, usually he would take the lead in the game in the first 30 moves or so. And then after that, the score given by my computer would be going up and down a bit, and he wouldn't be finishing the game off, which is something that a player like Dosaku is supposed to be really good at. So I got the impression that maybe he was allowing the student to play along a bit without actually finishing him off. But then there were some positions in the middle game where it took the computer a great deal of playouts, a lot of time, you might say, thinking time for the computer to, in a way, you might say, catch up with Dosaku's reading, because he was well known to have very deep reading. Okay, Rolling Ghoststone is asking in Twitch, do you sometimes watch the AGA and EGF programs, and what do I think of them? Sometimes I get opportunities to see them, and these are a lot of young pros mostly, and they're at a professional level. So like you might assume that since they're not in Asia, they might be different, but it's not completely true. And I think it has to do with the fact that now people don't actually need the environment as much as they used to because of AIs, because we have computer programs that are stronger than any teacher that we ever had before. It makes it possible to study without actually coming to Asia. And so they're really good. They some of the games I saw from American pros quite recently. I'll actually be doing some videos for them. When Young King has asked me to do some videos. They're very good, well-played games. Yes. Yes, there was an American pro, I forget his name offhand, who beat some Japanese pros in the Globus Cup, yes. So he was playing young Japanese pros. Certainly not easy to beat players. They're representing Japan, so they're professional level. Pretty tough, actually. Mm-hmm. No age limit. There's Chunky Gecko is asking about how to become an American pro. I think there's going to be a yearly tournament if COVID allows. So like American pros have had some trouble scheduling tournaments because of COVID, and are trying to make it face to face as much as possible. Okay, so black is starting a ko there. I certainly get the impression that the players are not very sure of how they were doing. So it's a very close game still. Even though White's invasion of the center, obviously it has connected out. So White's survived there. Okay. Maybe White was playing conservatively. White avoided the ko. Playing a ko here. The problem with this ko, yeah, let's make a ko here. The problem with this ko is that when black wins it, it makes a living shape for the black group. Or if white extends here, now the white group is about to die. So not only does it have to do with the life or death of this white group on the top side, it also secures a life for the black group. So white avoided the ko. In this shape, black is still not alive. Black has only one eye for the black group there. And white has the comb shape. So this shape that white has on the top, it's 100% alive. So at any later point in the game, if black plays here and white plays here, white has two eyes. So one of the basic life and death shapes. Or if black plays here, white can play underneath. So locally, just locally here, it's alive. So that's what the extension down to the first line is doing. So white has a living shape, and black does not have a living shape. Locally, you could say theoretically white has lost some points in this exchange because, well, even if black ends up playing there, a move here, this would be a better way for black to make the 5 points there. Or if white cuts, it's still a ko. So not necessarily going to be a white territory anymore. So you could say black's gained a little bit in that exchange as far as territory is concerned. A. Solon is saying that SGS said in his last game versus Yang that he doesn't usually know who is ahead because he goes by flow counting. And that comment reminds me of something that Sakata Eio once said. And Sakata was one of the greatest players of the 20th century. And for a long time, he had a record for the most titles taken. And he had a lot of nicknames because he was a very sharp fighter. He was a very good sharp fighting player. So he was called Razor Sharp Sakata and names like that. He had so many nicknames about various things that were exceptional about his play. Like he was so strong that people hated him. And he said he didn't know how to count. He said he couldn't count. But and he said something very similar to what you're quoting SGS to say, Shin Jinseo. That he just looked at the shapes and the flow of play, how the players created their groups and stuff like that. And he said it gave him an idea of who was winning. And after saying that, he knew he could sense a half-point difference. So he was counting it. And it was just the way he perceived what he was doing is different from the way we see it. But I don't think that can be defined by. I think it was a kind of a genius. I don't think it can be defined by me. And I think the same can be said of Shin Jinseo, maybe. Okay, it looks like black has started to surround territory. So once black starts to surround the center like this, it can very quickly evolve into a real endgame. So it becomes much more clear um, what the borderlines of the territory are. Well, actually, for Uyghur players, including most pros, actually, for most players, it's not always a good idea to count because yes, you can lose your intuitive grasp of what's happening, and counting can be misleading. Like, I think what I've been doing here does show it to a certain extent that these territories, they're all fluid anyway, and so you have to be ready to accept the fact that it's more of an estimate than anything else. So like in the opening or early stages of the game, it's usually okay just to look at the number of territories or count by estimates of 10 points and just having a very rough idea of who has more territory or not. And that's something that people notice. Even though they say they're not counting, they know who has more territory to a certain degree. So like having a rough idea of who has more territory and who is trying to win by influence or attacking or something like that. So making a more exact calculation of the size of territories is something that these players will be doing now because it's at that stage of the game where they sort of know. But when you do it too early in the game, it's just going to be misleading. Okay, so at this point, black does have to pay attention to this group on the left, which is not alive yet. So black has one eye on the left side for the time being, one eye. And if black plays first, black can make an eye in the center. So if black doesn't do that and does something on this side, white can probably find a way to kill this thing. Yeah, for instance, something like this. Yeah, I think that did it. So, but if black plays first, black can play here. Maybe black can still play something on that side. This is maybe a bit more tricky now. Sorry, where did I play? Okay, get rid of that black stone. If black plays here, certainly this is an example of making an eye here. So that would be an eye in the center. Or maybe black could play here. This would be a big move as far as territory is concerned. And it would take two moves to make two eyes. But that would be interchangeable with a move here, which would make the second eye. So this is pretty safe. There's no way white can kill this one. So this was a bit careless. In this case, it is in danger. But black can avoid that. There's probably no way that white can kill it. Yeah. I guess it could get tricky. I think there must be a way for black to live here in the center. If I'm getting confused, it's probably too complicated for a diagram. Okay, so black played this stuff on the side. Now this is... It looks like it's a a time tetsuji, but maybe black is trying to set something up. So, for instance, yeah. So just assuming black has an infinite number of co-threats. No, not that move. So yeah, assuming black has an infinite number of co-threats and plays here, and plays here. That does take a number of co-threats to make that work, but let's just say black has enough co-threats, then black can potentially pick up this stone and make an eye there. So we'll see how close black can get to a diagram like this. So that could be what black has in mind when he's playing these moves. Usually these would just be time-saving moves, which someone might play in overtime, but Shin Jinseo is not in overtime right now. So he might be trying to set that up. So yeah, just to go through it again, black would play here to fill liberty, here to fill another. At some point, he might have to play this. And the code looks dangerous, but black is connected out to the center. So this would be a forcing move against the white stones. And so it's not as if the whole group is in danger. And then this is where it gets sort of questionable. But if we assume that black can do that, then black can get the extra. The question here is the connection on this side. So like there's a weakness here, where black's not very well connected to the rest of the group. So it might be a bit tricky how that one works. Another way it could calculate would be in regards to that variation that I was playing with, where, for instance, let's just do it with all the moves. So black plays here, and gets to play this one. So even if black runs out of eyes here, so this would squeeze the white group, and black would connect out. So it would be like this. And he could even capture these three stones. Oh no, he couldn't, could he? He can't do that because he needs this one to connect up. So black would be able to connect out. It would still be good for black because white's done some bad stuff on the upper left area. That was giving black a lot of extra territory. Or, in this variation, black has this forcing move. And again, we're looking at a ko in the corner. Apart from that, white's not really alive on the left side. So this is probably just, it's probably just bad for white, because this group here is not alive either. And there's that ko in the corner. A lot of stuff for white to be worried about. Okay, so maybe this has something to do with that idea of the aji. So there's still a bit of aji. Ah, yes. Thank you, W. Zhang. It's not forcing for black. Okay, so let's look at that one. I was wrong. White doesn't actually have to answer this, because when black plays here, in this position, white can actually cut here and curl around and capture the three stones. So, because black can't push from either side. So that was not forcing anymore. So that's important. Yeah, so it does make a difference But it doesn't make any difference to the variations I was showing on the left side of the board, actually. It made a difference to some of the stuff I was talking about in the center of the board, maybe. So thank you. Okay, so right now the clock on the server that I'm looking at right now says that Shin Jinseo has about 20 to 23 minutes, and Yang Dingxin is below 8 minutes. So they're both getting pretty close to overtime. And it's probably, and this is probably the last position where they are going to be using their time. So like, there's this position on the left side of the board which involves life and death, and some reading, and then there's the final stuff that they'll have to fix the position in the center, and after that, they should be able to play the correct moves without thinking too deeply about them. So they can play the rest of the game in overtime, but I would say they probably need as much time as possible. They want as much time as they can get to finish this situation in the left side of the board and towards the center too. Okay. Elm Hoisey is asking, can white squeeze some points with R10 and R13 working together? And that's kind of a maybe. So let's take a look at that. So like, I don't know, maybe here. So when black plays here, it's actually, rather than R13, usually it's these 2 points that white wants to play. Because black's probably going to play here anyway. Like if black plays here, white just gets to connect up. And so if black plays here, white gets to capture a stone. So it's usually better for black to play this way anyway. But you can see white's getting these points. And usually this is going to be okay for white, sort of in combination with a move like this. But like at this point, black might just cut it off though. So white has to time 14. And maybe at this point, white would just start with this move. And so there is a kind of a connection there. So I'd say that the clamp at R10 is likely to work. It should be working. But if there's any extra black stone, like if there was a black stone here, maybe it would cease to work. So in this case, I think that this kind of variation would start to become realistic. Okay, so I'd say black's probably alive there. And we're back to an endgame. It all depends on how white fixes the shape in the center. So white has some options here. The center is still big. It's still important. So like, is white going to push through here? This is maybe one option. And play here. Or is white just going to play here immediately? Or is white going to try something like this? This would be, for instance, if black plays here. Black cannot play an Atari because that loses the stones like this. Black can play here, but when white pushes through twice, there's an issue with this stuff that's going to be really bad for black. And black still loses points on this side too. So this is just like it's bad on all sides. So if white plays here, black's probably going to sacrifice those two stones. Maybe with something like this. And it's going to be a kind of a trade. So yeah, so white plays here first. So I was about to suggest that because, sorry, I didn't need to do that. Okay, another, yeah. So in the variation, I was showing where white plays here and black plays here. And I was telling you that sometimes this becomes impossible to do anymore. So maybe what white is doing is white's heading toward a variation like that. Oh, and black, okay, it's changed again. So, if black answers here, then white has the potential connection on the second line. Maybe he was going to play here and go after the two stones in a variation, something like this. So white still gets to get into the territory a little bit. So yeah, so when black plays here, now that exchange for the marked white stone for black 1, that was an advantage. And so black pushes through here. This is probably forcing. So if white takes the one stone, black can maybe. Sort of tricky though. When that connection at I-15 is not I-14, it's not forcing. So it is sort of tricky. Now maybe white can escape with some of these stones. So this is an option for white. White L8. Okay, so that was a solid move. That was easy to understand. He did back off a bit. So black's probably going to return to the right side. I think it was an opportunity for white to play away. So when I looked at this variation, there's no way really for black to capture everything in the center. So even if we look at it like this, might be better for white to play here first. No. Oh, yeah. Hmm. Yeah, this works. Something like this, for instance. Or this way. So white can save most of those stones. And is alive in the corner. So yes, could have done that. But he pulled back. Yeah, so black connected. Okay, we're pretty close to finishing the center now. So let's see. Pretty close. I would probably play Hana now at N10. Yeah, so okay, so is that worth it? A tricky move. So the end game I was about to suggest was to play here, and like, yeah, this doesn't really work. So he wants to keep that liberty open. So this would be a fairly common way of doing it, in which black cannot capture all of the white stones because black loses this race to capture. So, but black would be able to play here and capture the one stone. So this is not such an success for white because black's territory, white hasn't really reduced it that much, and there's a weakness in that black can later cut off this stone like this, because if white saves it, black can cut from the outside. So what white is trying to do with this move, he's achieved the same thing without filling the liberty at L8. So he can still play here. Oh. And black will play like this. And he can still play here. But I would have played here first. I think it's usually better to play here first. Okay. Prajwal Verma. Am I close to the proper pronunciation of that name? Is asking who is ahead in points. And frankly, I don't know. It's very close. I sort of doubt the way white played that Yosei, though. The endgame in the center here. So maybe black's ahead? Oh, he pulled back? Okay, so one thing that I would be worried about if I would have to calculate if I played this move, is what happens if white plays here. And it turns out that there's no problem for black to cut. And black is ahead by one move in this race to capture. Uh-huh. So maybe not. Maybe he was worried about this. Yes. So that means that he didn't want white to play this move. So if white can play here and black is forced to back off, it does look like black is losing a bit in this locally here. So that's what he didn't want to happen. So he would have to. Hmm. So maybe so white 2 does exist as a move. So that's what black was avoiding when he pulled back. Okay, so white took the upper right. So finally, this is a big move. So that was, let's see, it was 7 points. It used to be 8 points, but when black got the 2 hanes in the corner, it was degraded to 7 points. So that was a 7-point move. And now black has only a partial eye in the corner, on the side that is. So black will probably have to add a stone to this group to be alive. Thank you, Rick. Sure, it was a long night for you. Nope. Okay. So let's take a look at the race to capture in the lower left corner. So black can potentially get a chunk out of the corner, but not the whole thing. So black can play here and play here to set a ko. But of course, this is a dangerous ko for black. And even if white backs off from it once, it's still a ko. So this is just a ko that can happen in the corner at the last stages of the game. And it's probably more profitable for black to do this way. No, sorry. Throwing in here, it does lose a bit of territory. But throwing in here and then playing here, threatening the ko, and then playing this one. This would be threatening to throw in, for instance, if white plays here, it would be threatening to throw in here. And this would be a very serious ko. So black only needs one big ko threat. And sort of ambiguous. Hard to say, but this would be scary for white too. Or if white backs off, that means white would play here, then black can pick up a stone here. So there is that potential. Black doesn't actually want to choose a6 is the way to make 2 eyes. I would try to find something towards the center, such as something more effective towards the center. Okay, so at this point in the game, we have um, a lot of relatively simple odds and ends in various parts of the board. And then we have these shapes in the center, which are still pretty difficult. So, for instance, the center attached to this black group on the left side, it's not even easy to choose one move. So black would like to be able to play this move. It's starting to look a bit dangerous when white peeps here and stuff. So is black going to compromise with a move like this? Is black going to play here? This is also a shape move that is attractive, and it would be, um, it would be setting up stuff like this, where black will get good shape in the center of the board. Should have no trouble making two eyes. Well, wherever he plays, he's going to be able to live. Or is black going to try something like this move that we were looking at earlier, which is going to be really tricky because it's hard to say even if white is going to defend against this ko immediately. We don't even know if white's going to answer here, or is white going to try something more active, like a move somewhere like this, for instance, which reduces black's eye space. So it's really difficult to predict how this is going to turn out. It would be the more active move, which would be attempting to set up this kind of an encroachment on white's territory, which would give black some extra territory while living in the center. Okay, my clock's okay. Why is it? I must be behind the game. Okay, sorry. I missed a few moves there. Okay. So here we are. Looks like black answered here. And white curled around. Now this was a forcing move for black. When white plays it, it does reduce the black territory by a few points. So it's probably about 2 moves that black will end up putting in there. So there's a kind of a implied squeeze in that move. So it's a gyaku yosei. Okay, black is doing this stuff. And white played from underneath. So black got to capture the 1 stone. So white's doing the squeeze here. Ah, he's trying something extra. So locally, black is winning that race to capture. He does have to be wary of... Oh yeah, he has to be wary, for instance, of white getting a peep here at some point, and then being able to play here, which would give white an advantage in the race to capture. So that's how this move seems to be working. So if white pushes through, this does look dangerous though. So if white pushes through this, and this one looks dangerous for black. But otherwise, if black pushes through here, let's say white answers that. Oh no, black can't do it that way, can he? And white wins. White wins this one also. So when white pushes through there, black will have to answer on this side. Yes, so on the other side of the semifinal, Ding Hao from China beat Kang Dongyu. And so if Yang Dingxin wins this game, it's going to be 2 Chinese players in the final. Yes, so when white pushes through here, black cannot cut on the left. Oh. Mm-hmm. So after this area is established, looks like white will end with Sente initiative. And the next area that is relatively difficult will be the right side. And it's the only big area left. And so they have to figure out how to play that out. It does look like white is beginning to, okay, it's starting to look good for white, but it's still pretty close. So black has played there. Black needed that stone anyway. So he's played there, and white, yeah, white gets to connect. So the center territory in the center is being decreased a bit. Okay. Okay, with this move, so here, white can capture the stone. And locally it's okay. White can capture like this. Black will play here. But white cannot push through here, because now black can do this. So white will maybe have to back off and allow this to happen. I guess these 2 points are pretty much Miai. Okay, so after black played here, white played 1 Hane. And that was Sente, was threatening black's life and death. But after this, the next move will not necessarily be forcing. Because, yeah, the center is still pretty big. Yeah, I think it's starting to look like a win for white. Right, so yeah. So after China was wiped out in the Samsung Cup, as everyone is commenting here, they finally get to play their own final. So my computer here, it says that Yan Dingxin is on his last segment of 40 seconds. So his overtime is on the last part of 40 seconds. So he doesn't have any extra time. But at this point, it's probably a position where he can calculate all the value of the moves. It's just these moves on the right, moves like this, which are relatively difficult to calculate. Otherwise, yeah, it's easy. I don't know why he didn't play the center first. So yes, he could have done that. Hmm. Okay. Yes, could it be he's a bit worried about the connection of all the stones? So, so I'm thinking this is supposed to be a big move, so white does not play it. And one issue that white has here is that when black cuts here, this is a threat towards white's center. So like if white plays on this side, black can capture the stone at 1 with this exchange. So black can play here and capture these stones. Or cut them off at this point. So that would be bad for white. But if white answers on this side, then there's the issue of this, which could be, it could be a ko, it could be foul for white. So just because black is, yeah, so that ceases to be a forcing move for white. So black can cut white off with this exchange. So that's why white was not playing this move in the center and is playing this stuff instead. So it looks like maybe white cannot play that. Cannot play here. It's too dangerous. But if white can't do that, that means it's still a very close game. Okay. So he's filling a liberty here in preparation to connecting in the center. So that he can wedge at N5. And it does look like it's gonna be caught on the komi. So maybe a win for black before komi, and but the komi will probably be enough for white to win the game. So now there's still that issue of the cut on the left there. So black, there's still some potential for this to get mixed up. So here, white would like to be able to continue like this, but there's the cut here, and so this would be a ko. Very dangerous. This would get cut off. That's bad. And he can't even connect this way because it's going to be a ko anyway. So you can see how black 6 is a real problem for white. So white has to do something about that. Maybe here. That would connect white up. Yeah, so white plays here. If black answers that, black does have a tesuji there inside white's territory. I hope people are seeing it. But if black pushes through here, everything is connected up. So that's why white can move to 3 and 5. The tesuji I was talking about is this one, which is really nice. But of course, it's not important enough. It's not important enough to make up for what's happening on the left side here, where white saves this song. I mean, this would be more important. Yeah, so white played there, and it looks like black's going to have to answer that. So if black plays on this side, white can push through here. And this is sort of painful. Yeah. Yeah, I'd say that's painful. Okay, yeah. Looks like a desperate move, but yeah, I can see how that works. So if white plays here now, black is threatening to cut these stones off. So white can play here, or white can push through here first. White will probably just answer. Let's say white plays here, here. But this is still pretty good for white. This is still a nice little territory that white's making. But there is this move, which is about the same size. Okay, so this is how it's turning out. So there's a big move on the right side, which is probably more important. So if white plays here, all of those points on the first line become white's territory. So this is something like about 6 points difference. So compared to the position where black gets to play. So this is also a big move. when black plays here, all of those points disappear. So about 6 points difference in white's territory. That was forcing. So white is probably going to play the 6-point move on the right side. That's a pretty big move. And in the center, uh, this strategy doesn't work anymore because white can always play the Atari. But it's clever that white doesn't play it yet, because the other way black can reduce this is to push through here. And this is a case where obviously this exchange would be bad for white. It would allow black to capture from behind, or not from behind, either way. So having 9 and 10 on the board is really bad for white. White only needs it after black has played here. So in this case, white would play it. But otherwise, white's not going to fill that liberty. So the way it turns out is black can play like this. Looks like black has a squeeze, but black can't really squeeze here because this would put black stones in the target. And so white does have about 2 points of territory here. So white plays the 6-point move. This is what we call tedomari in Japanese. It's the final big point. So we're running out of moves to play, and it looks like white is winning. We only have small moves now. And not so many of them. So I'd say like it's something like maybe 30 moves left in the game. There was a time in my career where I decided I was really lousy at endgame. So I would take positions like this out of professional games and print them out without the following moves. And so I just print them out on a little. Actually, I forget how I did it. I think I just pasted them onto a Word document and then printed them out really small so I could carry them around with me, and I would calculate the endgame. And so this one is now it's probably something like 20 moves. I would do when I was really not very confident with my endgame, I started with 30 moves, but then I went on to 50, 70 moves, and it's really challenging. So you can still make a 1-point or 2-point mistake in the endgame, or you can miscalculate. And so I was training myself with positions like this. But at the level of these players, they already have it. You could say they've read it out. Yeah, and there's no way that Yang Dingxin is going to make a losing move now. Highly unlikely. Like, it's not... stuff has happened that's pretty amazing, but it's not likely to happen. Yeah, 70 moves is difficult. That was advanced. Mm-hmm. So this move in the center, it was pretty big. And that if black had played there, white's territory would have been reduced by 2 points. So it's what we call a 3-point move. So yeah, let's take a look at that. If white had played this way, then white would have had this eye in the center, which means that white's winning that race to capture and will not have to add any moves to it when you look at it from the center. But now let's look at it from the side. On this side, eventually it's going to be like this with all the liberties filled. White has only that eye there. And when they fill all the liberties, white has only 2 liberties. So white's going to eventually have to play a stone here anyway. So that's why white chose that move on the first line instead of the stone at 1, because white's going to have to play at 15 anyway. So not only did white's territory be reduced by 5 and 9 for 2 points, and black of course got 1 extra point on the side there. So that was a 3-point move locally, plus the fact that white will eventually have to put a stone in at 15. So in this case, it was a 4-point move. So here, black is going to play this move at some point, and eventually white's group in the center is going to be, as they fill the final points or the liberties at the end of the game, it will come under Atari, and white will eventually have to capture these stones. So black is going to try to force white to put an extra stone here at this point before white gets to capture those stones. So that's why black is doing this before he pushes through in the center. So if black had played here first, if black had played here first, then white would fix both problems with just the 1 capture. So black's trying to force white to play here before pushing through here. And then eventually, after all of those liberties are filled, white will have to play here, another move. So he's trying to gain 1 point with this ko in the corner. I wonder if black has a ko threat for this ko. So this ko is really big, and that it sort of involves the life or death of the black group too. Okay, so black played there. That's about 20, 25 points, 26 points. Now white answered it. But if white had taken here, it would have been more exciting. Oh, it's bigger than 26 points. This is 32 points, 33 points, maybe 34 points, something like that. So this would be another ko. So black can play here to get another ko. So it would have been exciting. So in the corner alone, white's only gained something like maybe close to 15 points. But black has gained more in the center if black can survive this ko. So it would have been more exciting. I guess white decided to keep it relatively simple. So white backed away from the ko, allowed black to get that potential point. It still depends on black finally winning the ko in the corner. So it's calculated as a fraction of a point. And they're finally going to finish the game. So let's see, what do they have left? They have a few forcing 1-point moves. So all of the moves at this stage of the game, they're all equal. Almost just there's a lot of moves that are equal to each other, in other words. Hmm. Okay, it looks like Shin Jinseo is using his final overtimes. And yes, he resigned. Okay, so that was a win for Yang Dingxin. Um, quite impressive. And we're going to have a final of two Chinese players playing each other. Looks like I'm getting a bit dark here in my room. Um, so yes, so it's going to be Yan Dingxin versus Ding Hao. And someone was saying it's going to be February. It might be. I think that was how it was set up last year. And it's probably going to be a best of 3. So we're going to see some games between these two Chinese players, relatively new players at this stage of the tournament, but they're really good, as you've seen in this game already. Okay, so I'll see you next time, next opportunity that I have, and thank you all for staying to the end, and I'll be back. All right, goodbye, and thank you.